Hey there, Shrine Runners. Welcome to the Fox Shrine. I'm Araxis, your host, and tonight we're going to be playing some of the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I've been looking forward to this one for a while, I have to say. This game has been in translation limbo, essentially, and they finally released it. They announced it earlier this year, and they finally came out. That wasn't as long a wait as 428 Shibuya Scramble, but this is great. Hey there, Meta. Hey, Kuro. Hey, Jiraiya. Hey, Senpai. Welcome. Hope you're all doing well tonight. I'm here to liberate you all from dystopia, hopefully with the power of legal skills. And since this is a Phoenix Wright game, the legal skills are probably going to be fairly dubious. But they'll be certainly entertaining. I can guarantee it. All right, let's get into the game, shall we? Okay. Now, as always, do let me know if there are any issues. Head pats are pretty important, certainly. All right. So, and turns out we've got a controller support, so I can play with a controller and relax that way. All right. So, we're gonna go with a new game. Ooh, cutscene.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation.
Meiji Revolution.
Of Western influence.
Or Restoration.
Far Eastern Island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Murderer. Episode 1, Adventure of the Great Departure. November 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Adjudicature, Defendant's Antechamber, number 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh! No. Nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. I didn't do it! The gun just appeared in my hand. I'm innocent, I tell you. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ah, I see. I am a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! Oh. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Oh man, cool headband. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Oh no, defending me. This isn't gonna go well for you, is it? You're gonna end up dead, or you're gonna be the murderer, or something like that. That's how things are gonna go, right? Lawyer? Nani? Hey! And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. They must wear a headband, an armband, and a sword at their side. Right, Ryunosuke? Hi! So desu! Oh, yes, of course! Sorry! What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I'd never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha! Ah, there you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Ah. Oh, I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. I know, right? This is the problem here. If we had a dramatic headband blowing in the non-existent wind, we probably wouldn't be here. In fact, we probably would have shot our way out and been crowned Emperor of Japan. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me, I didn't do it! It was the one-eyed, one-armed, one-legged man! I could never murder someone! Then, there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up! Hold your head high! You mean? I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. I have the rule of cool on my side. Your argument is invalid. Also protagonists at times. I wish to interrogate this parrot. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. Oh, it's not that impressive. Oh no, was I saying that out loud? The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. Unless he's our enemy in the first trial, who knows? My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes. That's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. That's how his headband always blows. It's his aura. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Ah, I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. Ah, if only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi. May I have a word? Who have we got here? Ah. Professor! I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? The real murderer. I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. Alright. Do you need something, sir? This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe? Hey, so desu. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor in forensic medicine at Yume University. Professor Mikotoba. Idiot husbando, welcome. Hello, how are you going? I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I am afraid that that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me? Knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear! I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nonetheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then, what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right. So, as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But What will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So, allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want me found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of Moira. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. November 22nd, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. So this is it's a courtroom. Oh man, Ryunosuke, your eyes. You're terrified. I don't blame you. That majestic headband, though. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Ah! It's him! Oh man, look at that epic judge there. King Yama. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency! As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. This judge does look pretty cool, I have to say. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I'll have to represent myself. I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Wait and see. Kazuma is the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. And I've been accused of murder, for goodness sake. This is no time for lies. try to stop fidgeting, Ryunosuke. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be what? Rabble, 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 rabble. What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No! It's not that, really! It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really? Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, hi! So desu! Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Hi! So desu! Yes, Your Excellency, Sir, Sama, King Yama, Sir. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, hi! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. Wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that! There's no button on the screen saying court record! I see an options button! I see no court record here! Help! It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of RB. It's not working! Help! If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press RB for the court record? Alright. There's no time to lose. There we go. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now, try switching to people instead with RB. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Hey deity, welcome! How are you going? We're just playing a new game, a Great Ace Attorney. Alright, so we're doing our tutorial trial at the moment. So we've got Kazuma Asogi, second year at the Imperial Yume University, my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. That's great to hear, deity. Do you prefer deity or Sarah, by the way? It must be cool being called a god. I'm excited to play this. Yujin Mikotoba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University, an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Takatsuchi Aochi, the lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. Yep, okay, no problem. And John H. Wilson, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Okay. Okay. I should probably think about like how much help I want from chat in this. Because I have to assume that probably no one here has played the game, so we should let chat sort of play along as well. And sort of like give their theories and give their sort of suggestions for what evidence is relevant. Yep, alright then. It's just that deity ends up coming first, but who knows, I'll probably end up sort of switching between. Like there's another person in chat that I sort of switch between Kuro and Senpai and all that, so... Alright. Okay, so remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People section of the court record, then press Y to present. Try it now. I wonder who the victim is. I wonder who the victim is. Are you the victim, Kazuma?
Yes.
The victim was none other than Kazuma Asogi.
Objection!
Oh? Why is that pompous-looking boy with the billowing headband still there, standing next to you? Oops. Oops. Doesn't do that justice. Not content with having killed Dr. Wilson, now you're claiming my murder as well? I haven't killed anyone! Yet. Then concentrate and actually read the court record before you answer. I must say, you are not instilling the court with much confidence here. Quickly, give him the correct answer before he turns his gavel on you. Find the victim in the people section of the court record and press Y to present. It was Eugene, wasn't it?
Yes.
The victim's name is... Stop. You're just saying a random name that you come across in the court record, aren't you? How did you guess? It's blatantly obvious. From your wide-eyed look of bewilderment. Okay. And will we get another response for this one?
Yes.
victim was none other than Takatsuchi Aochi. Then who's the upright, bespectacled top-knot standing opposite? Or who's a bespectacled top-knot? Sorry. For some reason that just came out, even though I know that it's wrong. Perhaps you're unaware that I am a master of the ancient no-style sword art. Online, a pathetic little child like you will be sliced to pieces before you even came close to taking my life. I wouldn't provoke that proud Edo spirit. He might draw his blade on you. I thought courtroom sparring was supposed to be done with words. Is that like a fast forward button when you sort of want to quickly go? All right. Let's be serious now.
Yes.
John H. Wilson. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. That's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of a crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So, I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Hi, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, obviously that was Yunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Yes, this is set during the Meiji Restoration. So just as Japan was opening its borders and sort of learning from Western powers. So yes, this is indeed Imperial Japan. Alright, so we've got our university collar pin, which is proof that I'm a student at Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. And the post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. I mean, we gotta start off by showing our pin, right? That's what we gotta do. Hold on a second. Hello, Genie. You wanna go out? Give me a second, I'm gonna let the cat out. Alright, I'm back. And, yeah. To be honest, the court system in any Phoenix Wright game is pretty fucked up. But I can imagine that it'll be even worse than this. Alright, so we start by presenting the university collar pin.
Yes!
The evidence that clearly shows the victim's cause of death is, of course, this. And on what basis do you present this evidence? Well, because it was in the court record, of course. Slow down. Why did you pick that? Isn't there something more relevant looking? Well, now that you say that, I suppose. Pick the wrong piece of evidence again, and it won't be a mystery as to your cause of death. Yikes! He sounds and looks deadly serious. Find the piece of evidence. Yeah. Alright. Oh, we get to examine it, right. So, victim, John H. Wilson, male, British. 19th November, shortly after 2 p.m. Cause of death, single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. That's going to be important later.
Yes!
Well... why does he have a katana in the courtroom? Because this is a work of fiction, Kurabachi. This does not represent any real law system. And I'm sure that you'll find that all the characters in this game are going to be flamboyant in some way. It'll be fun to have you along, though, considering your profession. I expect you to serve as professional criticizer of what's going on. You gotta legal eagle this. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. Yeah, just criticize it based on your understanding of the legal system, okay? Because obviously you wouldn't be able to criticize it based on Meiji Japan. Because I think this will be fun. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. Need expert witnesses to understand how the victim was shot. Okay. So you don't just have the lawyers sort of say that this is what happened. Alright. So, photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. So, that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. Detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers, despite your bumbling around. Yeah, it makes sense that you shouldn't sort of leave it for people to assume. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. I don't think you can control the wind. Ah! The waiter! It's always the waiter. Witness! State your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Oh shit, he's got tuberculosis. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. People die from TB, you know. It's an infectious disease. Wear your face mask. Clearly this must be done by video conference. There's no video back then, unfortunately. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Osanaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring, maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on! Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that was found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But I believe he's in the right here. He was just saying that you had a gun in hand. You can't sort of object to that, I don't think. The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, he looks... they're even calling him on it. Prosecution is in the right. Don't worry, Yunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait. What did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Yunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, refer to them by name instead of by occupation. Yeah. But as we sort of, if you've played previous games in this series, this character sort of shows up all the time, and he's kind of an ass. But thanks for commenting on the proper way to address a witness. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Kurabachi, what do you think in this case? Should we interject or should we wait and see? Like, this time the witness is saying something incorrect rather than simply sort of saying, wait and see is the proper thing, but you don't know how the game works. Well, we heard it here, folks. We're gonna wait and see. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Yunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have got into Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. It's gonna make us object, huh? Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Welcome back, Sarah. Sorry to hear about the technical issues. Hopefully they don't sort of crop up again.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings? I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Now you are meant to cross-examine the witness. Allowed to do that for a witness. Yes, exactly. But generally you'd sort of wait for them to talk. So in the cross-examination is when you would sort of say, you said that there was no one there, but there actually was. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. Oh man. I bet Kurobachi's tearing his hair out at evidence like this. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Sus! Sus! Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. Fiction, Kurobachi. Fiction. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him, and I don't think it's just his TB. The waiter's business card has been entered. Head waiter's business card, sketch of the restaurant layout is on the back. So, the court has now heard a precis of the case. Need a proper plan of the building provided by a proper building inspector. Exactly. Yes. At the moment, the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. Hold on. Am I able to... Cool, I can put a magnifying glass on this. Yeah. Kitchen. Can I put a magnifying glass to this one too? Okay. I was kind of hoping to flip the business card, admittedly. I wonder if that's a second glass. Hmm. Wait, his view is being blocked. So he comes out of the kitchen. Also, look at how the body is placed. Yeah, the body's been turned around. Depends if he was turned around after the fact, but that would be horrible sort of business practice. Okay. Mm-hmm. I will, we'll keep that in mind, certainly. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. You mean there were people other than this waiter at the scene of the crime? That the waiter hasn't testified to being there? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Whoa. Unsworn? You can't fucking do that. Damn straight, you gotta swear in the witnesses. Everything's gotta be reported up front, like all evidence entered in beforehand. I'm not a student of law, so to speak. But I know a thing or two. At least. Who cares? This is fiction. And it's fun to sort of criticize it for all the blatant errors. If people haven't watched it, you should go to YouTube and watch Legal Eagle's review, of sort of like review, I guess, of the first episode of the Phoenix Wright anime. It's hilarious because he's basically doing what Kurobachi's doing. He is not impressed. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it. Professor Bikatoba said it. And so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Yeah. Depends on where you sit. Like on one hand, it sort of frees up court time, and court time is quite valuable. But sometimes you do get sort of innocent people who will take the plea bargain because they get scared, and you absolutely don't want that to happen. Okay. But yeah, an attorney has to be a zealous advocate for their client. So yeah, Kazuma is in the right here. Whatever means necessary, they're going to do it within the law, obviously. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. Yeah, because they're not even pretending that it's like a real sort of courtroom. Like this is all for drama and comedy. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Most of us are just calm and polite. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. You don't want to piss off the judge, no. I did serve as a juror once in the past, and the defense attorney in that case was actually somewhat flashy, especially compared to the prosecution. Hey Ada, welcome. How are you going? Indeed. Prosecutor Orchi, please continue with the proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced. Forever! 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 The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Witnesses! Kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Not bringing in two witnesses at the same time, are we? Yes, sir! A great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant. Yes, sir. No, sir. Sorry. That just caught me completely off guard. Yes, sir! No, sir! Reporting for duty, sir! His name is yes, sir, no, sir. That's his name. His name is yes, sir, no, sir. That's another thing about the Phoenix Wright games. A lot of the characters' names are puns. Like Naruhodo, is like yes, I see. I understand. In Japanese. Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. Yeah, you can't have two witnesses on the stand. And conduct my trade from Refute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Kolekuta. At your service. Curio. Curio Collector. That's his name. Curio Correcta. Kolekuta. Curio Kolekuta. At your service. We have them in the record yet? Okay, yeah. Satoru Hosonaga. I'm not quite sure what his name is a pun. If anyone knows, do let me know. Serving there on the day of the incident. Yes, sir. No, sir. An army sergeant for the Empire of Japan who witnessed the incident. And owner of Rasute, an antiquities shop situated on a street corner in the 2nd District, witness to the incident. Okay. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always past noon, and, not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with which clientele. Right, I see. Naruhodo. Though, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking this foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir! This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Objection. Indeed. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Nobody's obeying the rule of law here. They've got all these unsworn-in witnesses. There's no jury. I need help. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir! Yes, sir! Standing by, ready to report, sir! Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my my own eyes. Yeah, there's like a cry or something that sort of happens there. I wish real judges in Japan had to wear that ceremonial robe still. Okay, we got one thing that Kurobachi approves of. That black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Aha! Incorrect. It was not to the back, he got shot in the front. We saw in the photo. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second where the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Sir, do not have that knife in court, sir. You should have gone through the metal detector. That should have been taken off of you. First, stop waking the stand, stop examining your wares, take this seriously. And check that in with the police at the front. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous! I didn't shoot anyone! Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes! All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Take the fucking knife from him. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. He should not have picked up the gun, never pick up the gun. But in his defense, I guess, the crime hadn't taken place at that moment. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I am, the defense demands its right to cross-examination. Oh my god, they're actually doing something proper. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Oh, Kazuma is so commanding. He's so versed in the ways of law. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. He is self-representing. But I don't even know what I have to do with a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Just laughing at how he keeps yelling that both of these witnesses have decisive evidence, but it's literally just the army guy. yeah, the other guy is just... He's not even there. He might as well not even be there. Holds a cross in front of the witnesses. Neither of them is a demon or a vampire. Yeah, you know what? At this point, we might as well check to see if they're demons or vampires, because that's about as scientific as... Well, not that law is scientific, but it's about as legitimate a way to determine who's guilty or not as what these guys are doing. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. I need to learn how he does the hand desk thingy. The desk slam. It's all or nothing. I like that effect of the sound there, having him have a really weak one. What the witnesses saw. Alright, so now we can get penalized. Wait, we are in Japan. Shouldn't we be using shrine maidens or something? Where are the shaman girls? I went up playing Steins Gate. Alright. So we get to press the... I'll get to sort of talk with them now about what's going on. So let's press him for more information about his beefsteak.
Yes.
Bring in Ruka. Where are the shaman girls? I come to Japan to see the shaman girls. Do their shaman girl dance. What? Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then. This beefsteak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Attention! Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beef steak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. It's really Phoenix Wright reincarnated in the past. It truly is, Meta. It truly is. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Attention! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal, tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Why did I ask about the beefsteak? Because this is an adventure game, Kurobachi, and I'm going to ask them, I'm going to press them on absolutely everything, even if it isn't relevant. Because I want to see all the funny dialogue. I know that if I were doing it right, I would just go straight to where he said, like, he got shot in the back, but the photo says that he got shot in the front. But if I did that, we wouldn't get this bit of dialogue here. So that is why I'm doing that. Kurabachi. But you're absolutely right. I shouldn't be pressing here. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it! In actual court of law, it could totally be used. Yeah, see? Exactly, Kurabachi. See, this is a comedy game. It's not a serious take on law. It's a game about comedy and drama. Yes, sir! I will, sir! On the double, sir! Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Sorry, I'll do my best. Wink. I'm gonna press some more irrelevant things. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying when... Negative! Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Prime Presser! I got an achievement for that. Alright. So he was talking about that, so let's press him on this then. Everyone looks so done with you. I mean, considering how I've been behaving so far, yes, he would totally be done with me. Each statement implies a lot of truth to be true itself. I bought bread this morning implies there is actually a bakery that is actually open that morning that actually sold some bread. Mm-hmm.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. A koban, boy. A koban? You mean an old Edo coin? A day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day, with said item secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hope of an affluent cognoscent appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious koban. Isn't that so? Well... You little upstart cadet! You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination. No, I didn't say anything. Although, penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. Whereupon we were eating steamed clams. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. Okay, at that precise moment a firearm was discharged, observed enemy action with my own eyes.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative! I saw you! Laughing, cackling, like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. But that's impossible! I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over at the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Ah! A double! Ah! My sixth sense! Sorry? My sixth sense of danger! I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Judge, throw the witness out of the testimony room. He's clearly an idiot. Do you think I'd have got where I am today in the army? I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well, it would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Black uniformed varsity cadet fired the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes.
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. What else do you see? Who else do you see around here in black uniform? Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well. But I know absolutely matter. We'll be presenting that after we've done all the shenanigans first. It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back. You call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. What is it, Yonosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. I don't think we can do that. I was on my hands and knees.
Yes.
If someone stole your coin? On your hands and knees. I want to know what that where noise is as well. Like, does he have like a baby up his sleeve or something? That's my suspicion. He's got a baby up his sleeve, and whenever he sort of slams on the desk, it makes the baby cry. Can you explain that, please? That's right. Spurning the arthritis, I was, in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? The Koban, of course. The exquisite Hoei-era Koban coin. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. Masticated means chew, by the way. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than, though it was no concern of mine, I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred. Indeed. Myself, I did not. Well, why? How are you a witness? I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. I do. Listen, Yunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing that button. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with why and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. You're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart, and you'll receive a guilty verdict. That's when you're held in contempt of court. So, that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. Welcome home, Ada. Hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. But keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Okay. Not that. Over here. So, let's go present. Shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. So present. Dots. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this insubordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. I love the nervous eye twitching. What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, you already covered this, prosecutor, sir. You said that he got shot from the front because of the gunpowder stains. I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely, this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant, yes sir, no sir. Yes sir! What sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir!
Yes!
But no! That just can't be. Yes, but no. No, but yes. And why not, cadet? Because. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? He does have a baby! He does have a baby! It's... He's got a baby on his back! It's not up his sleeve, it's on his back! Oh, what the... He's got a baby backpack. What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? So, the baby's gotta go somewhere, Kurabachi. Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Would they have those services in Imperial Japan, though? Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yes Sir, No Sir, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. I expect the mother or female member to take care of the baby. Probably in Imperial Japan that would be the case, but maybe Yes Sir, No Sir is actually a very dedicated father. Or possibly the mother of the child's dead and he's a sole father, a single dad. You even see the baby on his back there. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. Or what if the mum was the lady at the doctor's table? Certainly possible, Sarah. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. That's the title of the game. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. He said the word, turnabout. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the name of the Japanese version.
Yes!
I never fired the gun. It's the baby turnabout. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh, yes. You were looking for your Kuban coin, weren't you? Indeed. The prized Huawei era Kuban. Name of all the cases is X Turnabout, yep. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did. But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Huawei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Oe Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Sus. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nonetheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Orchi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiliko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir! At once, sir! Awaiting signal to testify, sir! Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Good idea, Sarah. I was actually planning on sort of getting a drink myself after we sort of got to the second witness testimony. I'll go grab one now, okay? Give me a second. Alright, I got myself that drink. Thank you very much. Alright, let's proceed. Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Alright. I wonder if Ido got added to the court record. That doesn't look like he did. Okay. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. This is such disrespect to the court system. Gonna give Kurabachi an aneurysm at this rate. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. So what's with that woman? Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Hey, lab rat! Welcome, how are you going? Kurubachi's gonna get something stronger to drink, I think. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Overruled, Sid. Also, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh, that's the cat. Let me let the cat in. Oh, damn it! I was reading. What was that? These testimonies are certainly compelling. That's nonsense. I had to end your Pathfinder session early, that's a shame. Did it go well otherwise? And yeah, Kurabachi is... Kurabachi is in hell with this game, considering Kuro's career. That's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Okay. Fair enough. Please! Enough of these outbursts already! Okay. There was a woman! There was a young woman at his table. She had one eye, one arm, and one leg. It was the one-eyed, one-armed, one-legged woman, I tell you. You must have seen her! Everyone must have seen her!
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, and you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident, beyond all reasonable doubt, that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel? He looks like he deserves a boot to the head. I like that Phoenix Wright skit. One for Katie and the wimp. And another one to the prosecutor. And another one to the wimp. The game's quite good so far. I'm really enjoying it. It's as ludicrous as any other sort of Phoenix Wright game out there. Except it's Imperial Japan. And it's great. And it's Kurabachi's dying slowly watching this. Because it's a complete disrespect to the legal system and profession. It's great. I love it. Indeed. Off the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one playset. You think this is how it should work? I mean, if all crimes were as easy to solve as this. Certainly. Based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. It was the waiter! It was the waiter, I tell you! A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. Waiter 4 said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. She had one eye, one arm, and one leg. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. And she talked like a pirate! You just need to be smarter than the other person. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Ochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. Oh, Sid. Check out this guy's name, the army sergeant. His name is Yes Sir, No Sir. Can you open up the drawn map again for a second? Certainly. The drawn map. Okay, so this is what he's saying. So they declare the entrance over there. The kitchen is over there. He said that he came out and sort of saw that. He claimed that this is where the guy died. What was, according to the map, the table has 4 chairs. Could just be... that's interesting. I wonder if it's... doesn't necessarily mean that there were people sitting there, I guess. It does say that there were 2 chairs in the photograph, though. We'll see if that's relevant. Well spotted, though, Sarah. We'll see what's going on. Okay, so there's a knife over there. Fork was left like that. Could just be an oversight, certainly. Could just be that as a waiter, he's used to there being 4 positions at a table, and so drew 4 positions at each place. Not necessarily indicating that there's that many people there. Okay. The stream has 1 bite? What? What's this? You mean the steak has 1 bite? Yeah, he was in the middle of eating it. It was never established that he was killed, like, just as it was served. Like, he was in the middle of his food. I think. Unless there's something else there. We'll check the witness testimonies again. How can this be happening? But the fork is clean. Ah. Look at the steak was bitten, not cut either. There's certainly some odd cuts, so to speak. But then why would the knife be like that? But yeah, it could be that the fork does have some residue there. It's a grainy photo. But yeah, it does look like the steak was bitten rather than cut. Judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What if what you say is true? There's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it. Draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. Yeah, I have to turn the chessboard around. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses. Make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Alright. Let's start pressing, everyone. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. But almost the same thing means that it's not the same thing, right?
Yes!
No! It's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. Opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Your glasses are so thick that I couldn't tell. Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I blink. So, there you have it. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? He's meant to be, Sid. He's always been an idiot. This is the guy that shows up in every sort of Phoenix Wright game at the start. And let us not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Kolekuta-san? Oh, and this guy's name is, like, Collector. Culio Collector. He collects antiquities and curios. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was, that young lad in black.
Yes!
I love the names as well. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, it's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment... You want to punch everyone in the game. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as well, as a result. Anyway, the fact remains myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present, which is not true. The art style's still really good. Yeah, basically all the newer sort of Phoenix Wright games use 3D art rather than 2D. So Great Ace, the new ones, and yeah, the idle animations are great. They've always been good in Phoenix Wright games.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Only there'd been more people dining there at the time, and someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. A quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. What you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? Is that evidence you did not tender at the start of the proceedings? You're supposed to hand all evidence in at the start. It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Chotto Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. Not Dr. Hardy again! As a lawyer, you're supposed to present all evidence, even if it is incriminating to yourself. Because it is evidence at the end of the day. That's why you can ask the opposing lawyer if they happen to have a copy of something that's critical to your client's case. Yeah, Dr. Hardy. I know, Sid. People forging evidence and outright lying and witness tampering and witness coaching and all that sort of shit. The very day of the incident. So, the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Inosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence, if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for the medical report card to be submitted as evidence? Yeah, let's have it submitted as evidence.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? That I would like it to be submitted as evidence? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. Damn straight, Kuro. Damn straight, Kazuma. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. What? Witnesses are just the best evidence and don't lie ever. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. And witnesses don't ever forget what happened at the scene of a crime. Ever. Officer, kindly add victim's medical report card to the court record. Alright, let's have a look at that. Medical report card from Chotto Clinic that's found in the victim's pocket. What we need right now is new clues. Okay, so we can't have a further look at that, apparently. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like. But it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Dr. Chotto totally sus. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakuta-san. Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Press.
Yes!
So, you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So, the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. But there is a second chair, so I wonder. Antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? I'm also wondering if the soldier perhaps took the coin and is being blackmailed by the waiter, who did see him take the coin, to say that there was no one else there. I think the old man is legitimately just didn't sort of see anything, because he just doesn't seem to be paying attention to anything at all. But I think the soldier's being blackmailed by the waiter. If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Okay, therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out.
Yes!
I'm curious about the lady as well. How are those things waving in the wind? Because he's got an aura of manliness and justice that ensures that his headband is always waving. We established this right at the start. We all commented on the fact that his headband was moving in the wind when he's obviously indoors. I think the game actually sort of mentioned that as like a joke. Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. They're all gaslighting me. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion? It's just not possible! You're all averting your eyes. Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony to the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely! In other words, could be the owner of the place. Could be a spy, maybe. You are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. Nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Yunosuke. Gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. Hold on a second. I wouldn't be... Give me a second. Where was he shot? Was that... Would that be where a pocket might be? And this was in his pocket. The stake is behind him. Yeah, we've established that the chair is sort of facing away. So... Shot through the heart and you're all to blame. That's like that. Over here, there's a drink in that. But over there, the glass is empty. Does that mean anything? Okay. Shortly after 2 p.m. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You mean like I've been trying to do? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence, they're a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A, you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Yeah, sure. Aha! There we go. Rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Just wait to tutorialize us. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. Turn the chessboard around, exactly, Sid. And business card, yes, I will absolutely do that, Sarah. The crosshairs start to pulsate. I'm able to do that now. It's not letting me turn this one around yet. Press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Need to use, right thumbstick, left thumbstick, and A to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Alright, so over here, medical report card required for every visit. John Wilson, Potter Clinic. We'll have a look at this first. It says Potter Clinic on this medical report card. Hate clinics. almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Alright. So, dentist. Okay. And that's like that. So have a look at this first. Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. The family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient with a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. And I got the achievement Healthy Curiosity for that, apparently. Alright. Let's open this up. Let's see what we've got. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? Mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. If we recall right, the waiter had a bleeding mouth that I was sort of joking about it being TB. Why would he eat a steak? Topical, not tropical. So I'm curious what's going on here. Alright, so, the waiter had a bleeding mouth. Why would he be eating a steak with a molar? Let's examine this further. This is important. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Turned the snake into a smoothie. They don't have blenders back then. Yes, I have heard of this anesthesia, though it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink, besides water, for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. There we go. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Record of dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. This new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. Well, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Okay. So, pointing his gun at the foreign man. Visual search of the premises. Only personnel present. Dining all by himself, probably that one. Okay. So, we will go to present over here, and we will present this. Pressing the Y button, actually, not A. Um, well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. First and foremost here, I'm the accused. Yunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Kalekuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. First thing he wanted to say was that he wanted Mia Fey for his mentor.
Objection!
Dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But, Uber, let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But, that's, remember, Yunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Don't listen to his lies, Sid! Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated this crime. The medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Chotto Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? What's that supposed to mean? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? You get orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Kalekuta-san? What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense? You little upstart, presenting your fancy evidence. Now, I'm just a small-town lawyer, but in my part of the world, we don't rely on evidence. We trust in people, like these witnesses over here. How dare you put their words into disrepute? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes! Most definitely! Great pun, partner! So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Picture was not taken from the victim's perspective. Could have literally turned the table around. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? And it could also be the table of the sergeant. They could have moved the body over there. Because obviously, the guy wasn't eating. The Kolekuta, he wasn't eating. He was busy trying to sell the guy something. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Why would the victim have a plate for him if he wasn't going to eat? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, why was he at a restaurant if he couldn't eat? The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Now this is like going to a movie and not watching the movie. Could we go on there for a drink of water? I thought it was sparkling water. What do you think, people? What do you think it was? Who was eating the steak? Was it the victim? Was it me? Was it the two witnesses? Or was it an as yet unknown third party? It was me? Two witnesses? Yeah. Like, I'm torn between these two. Like, we could assert that it's an as yet unknown third party, or it's the two witnesses, because we know that the sergeant was eating a steak, and that the other guy wasn't eating anything. You're all voting for me, though. I don't want to risk getting penalized, though. Yeah, I'll go for the two witnesses. I bet it was the sergeant and the antique stealer Nosa-san and Kalekuta-san. Ah! Are you taking the cake, cadet? You think I'd share rations with this decrepit graybeard? Insult me by associating with this brutish carnivore, would you? You were both present at the scene. Neither of you can deny that you had the opportunity. You addle-brained idiot! I had my own regulation beefsteak set before me at my own table. And as any soldier worth his salt will tell you, you seize whatever rations are put in front of you. Seem you may need to reconsider your answer, Counsel. Alright. So it's not going to let us, it's going to be with the unknown third party, so in that case, was it, that means...
Yes!
I think it may have been me! What?
Objection!
It's not enough that you took the man's life, but you took his meal as well? That's a bee sting on a crying face. Some people seem to think they can do whatever they like. And some people seem to think they can say whatever they like, Yunosuke. Sorry, you're right. Of course I didn't eat it. Next time you make a quip like that, I'll make you eat your words. Then you'll be needing some dental surgery yourself. Alright, I get the message, I think. It was the victim! Victim himself, obviously! What? Yunosuke, come on. Pull yourself together. The victim couldn't have been eating at the time. You just told the court that yourself. Oh yes! Of course, I thought it didn't sound quite right. Look, he even stunned the judge with that ludicrous answer. Alright, then I could use his state of shock to give you time to think and come up with the right answer. I suggest you think it through more carefully and try not to shock him in the first place. Right, sorry. Alright. An as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was! I saw her! She had one eye, one arm, one leg. She spoke like a pirate, for God's sakes! When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, I love you. Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. Now he's looking like Miles Edgeworth there a bit. What do you mean? I have issue with them. The two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? You would take on the Holy Pope if it was needed. Mm-hmm. Because it's about family. Am I right? And Ryunosuke is Kazuma's family. We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied in giving your testimonies. Obviously, you will be charged with perjury. Perjury! And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Rabble, 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 rabble. Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right. As the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. What? Witness tampering? What did you just say, Karakuta-san? Oh, no? You were just following orders. I don't think this was the prosecution. I think the prosecution's just really incompetent here. Like, incredibly incompetent. Super incompetent. I don't think they were following the orders of the prosecution. I think they were following the orders of the waiter. Now, hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? Yeah, exactly, Sarah. Exactly. I like the whole sort of... Exactly! Now give the prosecution a boot to the head, and then the wimp again, and then the prosecution. What? And another boot for the wimp. What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Lies? In my courtroom? My God! Have I been living a lie this whole time? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue? Do you make this courtroom a house of lies? Order! Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this! Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut? Well, that's classified. So, you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening to me. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Orchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. We need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. I mean, at this point, they'd have to throw the entire trial out after it's revealed that both of the witnesses testifying against me are basically complicit. Case dismissed. Send in the dancing lobsters. Certainly the government would want a scapegoat, but in this instance, I think the answer is simply that the murderer is making them testify in an incorrect manner. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue. As a result, we finally get to turn over the map. You get to look at the business card. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? I wouldn't throw the case out. You would charge him for contempt of court and dismiss the trial for another date with new evidence. Okay, but not throw the case out entirely. Although sort of looking at the new evidence, you might choose not to go to court with it, because the new evidence there is no longer sufficient to charge the person in question. We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. Though, of course, the trial could sort of name another person, I guess, because it's still the same crime. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, Jesus, Allah, Buddha, Vishnu, everyone, save me. I do nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. Save me, Satan. Save me, Jeebus. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witness is... Hold on a second. Oh shit. I didn't have a chance to look at the thing. It's not even letting me look now. Crap. I mean, obviously it's this guy, but... Damn it, I should have looked earlier. I thought it would sort of come up later. What? This guy.
Yes.
Hold on. Examine. Here we go. Plan for the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly! That's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yes. What of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen. Especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean, you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. I go on the X? No. Okay. Sorry, never mind. Okay. Save me, Maya. Aha! There we go. He's actually part of the police. He's no waiter. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. Because the game wouldn't let us look there. We wanted to look from the start. Sketch on the front stated that Hosonaga-san is a police inspector. Alright. The police? Using their power? For wrong? For injustice? Oh my god! My world has been turned upside down! If we can't trust the police, who can we trust? Oh, who would have thought that the police could be corrupt? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Also Naga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If he were a waiter. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit the court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence. It's stated that he is a police inspector.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great level of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes! It's the front of the back of the card! That's where the telling detail is. Ah, he finally had a proper slam that time. He learned how to slam the desk. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious! How blind can I be? That's right, Your Excellency. Card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... In his case, it's not contempt of court for lying. He wasn't sworn... That's... none of them were sworn in. That's right. Unsworn witnesses. Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Maybe you shouldn't have done that in the first place, you fucking idiot. If you're gonna be corrupt, do it right. Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? And the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. He's got the evil glasses now. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? Damn straight, Kurabachi. This is... Kurabachi, you should watch the Phoenix Wright movie. Because you watched that previously and enjoyed that, if I recall. I want to see how you would react to seeing that again. With your current knowledge. That's making your family angry as well. Hello, Kurabachi's family. I hope you're enjoying this. But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Oh, your family is making you angry. This game and my family is making me angry. I see. Sorry to hear about that. Hopefully your family stops doing that. Of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant. What kind of incidents? Theft? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct. Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say he's a witch? Oh, hold on. I think the cat wants to go out. Give me a second. Alright, back. And we didn't even get to cross-examine this guy in the first place. Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea. The Empire used the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So, that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. Politics. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity for that first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman is sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brent. What sort of pun is this? Giselle Brent. Giselle Brett. Miss Giselle Brett. A sale, maybe? She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What? What is happening here? Just say old Brit? Maybe. Uh, just say Brit. Yeah, could be. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, good night, Sid. Hope you sleep well. It would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency! That would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Osunaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders that you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? It's the Brett. Nothing get in my way. Except TB. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? I think he needs a doctor as well. Yes, Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. It's definitely not good. He's totally got TB. To be continued. Yes, I would like to save my current progress. Okay, let's save over there. Okay. To be continued right now. Yeah, I'll be going for another hour, I think. Okay, 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber number 5. Excellent work, Yunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight. But before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it! It's terrifying! To get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom. My powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed that there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, there was a gunshot indicating that there were two guns in the shop, apparently. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me up into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Ah, Professor Ikutoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system, even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So, that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection with this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Well, you were colleagues. Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. Possibly. I have seen screenshots of this game, And there is a certain person who shows up later. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is a reference to Dr. Watson. Because there is a person whose name is, shall I say, Herlock Sholmes, who shows up in this game later. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Azuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. We're family. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. I'm found guilty in this trial. He's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. This isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, he absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With a extra large portion, of course. I have never watched a Fast and Furious movie, ever. But I do enjoy the meme. November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Yunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Orchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry, but I don't want to go to jail for a crime I didn't commit. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Yunosuke. What do you mean? a secret trial, anxiety of some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Our diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuverings is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now, in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Speaking of justice, has anyone ever heard about that case in America involving Exxon Valdez and an environmental activist, where it's incredibly corrupt, and they've basically got a judge who sentenced this person to house arrest and incredible sort of monitoring situations without actually sort of hearing the case, and they've basically in the pocket of Exxon Valdez. It's crazy here and that. Because this environmental activist helped prosecute Exxon in, I think it was Costa Rica, maybe? And they decided to sort of take him to court in the US, where the judges were favorable to them. And they basically ruined this man's life. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. Actually, it might have been Chevron. I don't know. I should look it up after. But it was one of the two companies. It's quite crazy, that one. All right. With that in mind, the trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes! Your Excellency! Swan, swan. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Yes, we know all about you already. Yep, don't forget the crumpets, tea and crumpets. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, A little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did. Didn't I? Yet, your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Yunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Hey, Rel, welcome. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please? She doesn't speak Japanese. Or at least she's pretending not to speak Japanese. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Well, she is a medical student, so makes sense. They've got a translator, apparently. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She speaks in prescription pad, need a pharmacist, not a police officer. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. An impartial one, yes. This guy is complicit as fuck. And honestly, he needs to be prosecuted too. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. Freshen your drinks now, governor! As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Probably. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Yunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Oi! What the cunt face blabbering? Had she spoken it real British? This is Imperial Japan. So they probably don't necessarily have classes like that. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. Yeah, true, but it's probably not necessarily widespread, especially to the older people. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Oi! What's this toff saying? She says, yes. This could take some time. So, even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. Oh, yes. Very good, very good. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. And you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Yes, yes. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Making presentation in not Japanese evidently is more important than the guy who... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Rabble, 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 rabble. Order! Order in court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Hold on, let's have a look at our record for her. Claimed that he's a head waiter still. British exchange student who was studying under the victim at Yume University's medical school. Sus. So sus. Get her to take off the mask and her hat. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Remove the hat! Then, not long after, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony. No! I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Insufficiently British without them. Being British is a religion, apparently.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at the Snow-White Angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Runosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm under her bloody hat. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. What about that particular pocket that many women tend to have? What if the Swan did it? The Swan is the murderer. These are the witness's own words on the matter. Ugh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. And I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means the lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Evil smile. She gave the evil smile. She's guilty. He's guilty as fuck. Guilty as sin. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. She just has to give the evil laugh now. Alright. Okay, I had arranged for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue. Isn't that right? No. Ah. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. The fashion of academics. They get too focused on their work. They're sciencing. So, it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. I don't think they have second lunch. So, you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Chotto Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So, that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. And why is he in front of the steak? Why is he in front of the steak? And facing away from it? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. I've traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Yeah, she just took bites out of it. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So, the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. Would you drink carbonated water if you just had a molar removed, though? Like, maybe regular water, but carbonated water? Like, wouldn't that aggravate things, possibly? So, it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Clearly. Like, did you see that smile she gave earlier? Definitely a wolf. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. It's very meaningful. There was only one glass of water at the table. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, Okay. I'm no doctor, so I can't sort of comment on that. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense called for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? Significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Yunosuke. Okay, I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Yes!
Press everything. So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective, and you're supposed to be translating for her. And the beef steak. That was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yeah, 2 glasses. I've already noticed that. But we're pressing everything before we present evidence, because we want to get all the dialogue. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it, the first time I tried carbonated water was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. After a while, the accused came to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument.
Yes!
Lies. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Well, technically, this is a secret trial. So it's even worse than arbitration. Technically, it's a kangaroo court. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Well, you could just... perhaps they argued in English? Perhaps they were just yelling at each other, so you could sort of infer from that way? Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that... There's a whole bunch of military people sitting in on this. Even if it was just by posture, then still without knowing the exact words, you can't definitely say that was actual arguing. Was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nonetheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time, that highly suspicious lady. That will do. You dirty, rotten scoundrel! Highly suspicious lady in the stand. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. We know, don't touch guns that are lying around on the floor. Kurobachi's done with this. What nonsense! The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Can you prove a negative? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The Honourable English Gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps? Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. Could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you? So, she's maintaining you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him, which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she is an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. She shuffles with haste, in stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. The fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. First thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Alright, let's actually present our evidence at last, okay? Alright. That was, yeah, it was that one. So, present. And this one over here. There was only one glass.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print, showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me. What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Am I able to have a close look at it? No, okay. Hey, Hell, welcome. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. Come on, person who gets a boot to the head. He's just a rookie. Yeah, I better give him a boot to the head. And another one for the wimp. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. There should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me that you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Under her hat. Sorry. Sorry! There! As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? The glass went to the hidden pocket. The hidden pocket that she said that she doesn't have. Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Exactly, lab rat. Exactly. It would seem she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. In other words, a handbag that could conceal a gun? A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small, handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. He's trying to confuse you with logic and reason. Get him! I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag! Wait! The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes! Do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right! Logic! Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. It's elementary. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. Bring me pictures of Spider-Man! And a big beer! On the double! As I thought. In other words, another gun. The one that was actually used to kill the professor. The idea is that he's representing himself because their professor sort of said, don't get in. Sort of told the other guy not to get involved in the case, otherwise he'll lose his scholarship to the to Great Britain, essentially. I am done with this shit. Kurobachi, you were done with this shit from the start. He's just there as an advisor. He's basically been put up to it. Could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! He really shouldn't be there, exactly. Order! 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 What is the meaning of this, Inspector? This detective is worse than Gumshoe. Well, Gumshoe wasn't actually complicit in any cases. This guy was actively concealing evidence and trying to basically put an innocent guy in prison at the behest of his superiors. Yeah, Judge is better, at least. A little bit better. The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ochi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now you have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Yeah. And constantly had his salary cut when he failed to do this. Do you think so, Kazuma? Hold on, let's allow that post. More on an idiot apparently not being allowed for some reason. Alright. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. Gee! You think? I absolutely have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Oh gee, more evidence that wasn't submitted at the start. This photographic print. This print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. What's that on the hand there? It looks like a bull. And the wine glass there, obviously. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So, the contents are clearly visible. Yeah. All evidence has to be entered in prior to the trial, and has to be made available to the opposing counsel. Exactly. So, there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Yeah, I enjoy that too, Comrade Panda. It's ridiculous, it's bullshit, and highly entertaining. Like, as long as you sort of accept that this isn't a real sort of judicial sort of scene, It's highly entertaining stuff. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. How are you going anyway, Panda? Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I was sort of saying that it's probably in her hat or something like that. Work sucks. Certainly, Your Excellency. Alright. Shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. Let's have a closer look at this for a second. Alright. So one thing I want to know about here is this bull tattoo. I'm curious about that. Now, so obviously there's this over here. Apparently you can sort of see all the way through it. So you don't have to worry about that, but what is that? Okay. I demand a fucking recess to give the defense time to examine the new evidence. I don't take a picture of the glass inside the handbag. It's a mesh handbag. So it's you can see inside it. It's a mesh handbag. It's in the fashion. It's the fashion of the time. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. Why can't you see the chair and table behind it? Bad quality camera, maybe? Let's have a... That's what I was sort of thinking. Like, I sort of had a look at this, and my first thought was that, oh, it's one of those handbags that sort of has a mesh design to it, like beads or whatever, but still has sort of leather over there, and she's decided to sort of stick the glass through the beads so that she doesn't have to open her handbag up. That's what I thought. That was my thinking behind it. And yeah, that's certainly possible. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed. And there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie, slumped over the bench before us, is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Inosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact that you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. I've really got to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit. And Kazuma, his dream going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. Ah, but don't forget, we're doing some shenanigans of our own. We've got the professor and his daughter, maybe? They had to go to retrieve something, and I feel like that might be important. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph that a detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Having considered all of the evidence placed before me, wait! Your Excellency! Hereby find you... Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching! Look at this photographic print! All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate. This isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Oh yeah, I'd better go get a drink. I'm running my throat ragged here. Give me a second. And yeah, it is possible to lose the case by making too many bad calls. You do have a penalty point system. It is possible, but you'd have to make a lot of mistakes. But yeah, getting a drink now. It's not about making sense. It's about the laughs and the journey we have along the way. Alright, alright. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. Huh? What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Damn, that is a huge gavel. How big are your hands? Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. I'm interested in that, to be honest. Give me a second. Yeah, like so in the picture, yeah, there's no. Interesting. There is no tape. There is no chair there. Okay. That chair to the side should be visible. Pen! Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? Let me give you a. Oh, thank you for the shout out. Doing a just chatting sort of thing. Have you checked? That's What kind of raid message is that? You're all a bunch of dummies. But to those who don't know me, I am Araxis Denacia, your revolutionary bartender, and I'm here to save you all from dystopia. And right now, we are playing the Great Ace Attorney. How was your stream? Did you have a lot of fun? Oh, and Marvelite Luck, thank you very much for following. Welcome to the Fox Shrine. I hope you enjoy your stay. Not saving you so much pain. It's possible that it's present in other evidences, but I'm going to point to it anyway. I'm going to point to this, and yeah. I don't want people to help if they have played the game, but if they haven't, like, I'm certainly happy for people to sort of chip in, because I think that's fun. We're going to check this out, though.
Yes.
Look at this here. It's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Aha. Oh, Pen! Thank you very much for the gift. The gift sub, I appreciate it greatly. Thank you very much. Hopefully chat wasn't bullying you too much.
Objection!
Dear me! I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist. You ate Vegemite. What's wrong with Vegemite? Nothing wrong with Vegemite. What are you meowing about, Genie? Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Just being bullies. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Being nice. Alright. Yeah, no problem, Pen. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you sleep well. Vegemite is the worst. It's not the worst. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Orchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Sure, Lab Rat, go for it. Pixelcoon VT, thank you very much for following. Welcome to the Fox Shrine. I hope you enjoy your stay. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. How are you going anyway, Pixel? Is everyone going well? She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? Mm-hmm. Glad to hear it. Work sucks. Glad you're off work now. To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So, I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking. Because there were powder burns on the guy's sort of shirt. So I'm thinking maybe his wrist was sort of up at the time, maybe? Possibly it was in the middle of giving cheers. That she sort of pulled the gun on him, and it sort of burned to the side of the wrist, and also on the front of him. That's what my thought is. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Yeah, it does very much look like a bull's head, like a brand. So I'm curious about that. Alternatively, it could be like the way that the gun sort of fired. Sort of like you know how stereotypically, at least, like a gun's fire sort of goes forward and up and down. That could potentially form the shape of a bull's head if it was sort of right next to the wrist, like the up and down parts sort of forming the horns. But yeah, it certainly could be a brand as well, like a deliberate one. Regardless, we do need to pursue this. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. Literally all of this is conjecture. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. We noticed her get surprised at seeing it. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Alright, let's have a look and see what it might be. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body, single bullet fired at close range. Male, British. Okay. Oh, we haven't looked at this yet. Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spiked design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders. A sharp pin for a sharp mind or something. My personal student number is engraved in the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere. But then I forget not to forget that. Is this important here? No, no. Okay. Now, what do we think this bull mark might be? I am doing that, yes. We haven't... this is still the tutorial case. But yeah. So we've got the bull sort of mark there. What do we have? That... Nothing in the business card? But yeah, presenting your... Aha! Over there! There we go. We found it.
Yes.
What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rocky. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Hey Zayako, welcome! How are you going? Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy! If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? You has a new Nyan style? Are you talking about the new avatar that you're getting, perhaps? Or something else? Present.
Yes.
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. Oh, kitty! Nice. I do like cats. Mine's just sitting on my bed right now. The plate. Your Excellency! Are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Yunosuke, genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. Rabble, rabble. Rabble, 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 rabble. Even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. Yeah, I totally will, Zayako. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Orchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Wound looks fresh. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. These games are great, by the way, Zayako. They're absolutely ridiculous. In terms of, like the case is sort of brought out. It has absolutely no basis in any sort of actual law in society. But the drama and comedy is excellent. I highly recommend them. I've been driving Kurobachi and chat insane with all the legal inconsistencies in this game. And, although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. That was one of the main reasons you never played them. Not meeting the amount of boots the prosecution should have to the head. They definitely need a boot to the head. You just have to not take them seriously. And another for the wimp, of course. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. So this burn happened after death. I have been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. That's why I don't play them sober. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. What? You're a detective, not a waiter?
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. Yeah, no problem, Pixel-kun. Thank you very much for stopping by. Hope you have a good day. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiquities dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Orchi? Ouchie. Well, yes, I suppose. So, the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. It depends if it was a local anesthetic or a general anesthetic. That is certainly possible. Or it could have been post-mortem. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... It was a local anesthetic. So I think already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! But she was having dinner with having lunch with a dead body. Order! Order! Order, please! Counsel! Explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. We did establish at the start that they don't do an autopsy on the bodies. They just have an officer look at the body. This is Sparta! This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly, he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No. Professor Orchi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. She hasn't broken yet. She did give a little bit of a sign. Oh. Is she going to start speaking Japanese now? Oh, she wants to bring it on. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. I knew it! Miss Brett! You speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. This game is crazy silly. I have to check the series out. Yeah, definitely, Zayako. Hope you sleep well, okay? As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Alright, let's allow that. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Oh yeah, I actually have gone over time. I'll end it at her statement. I'm going to end it at the witness statement, okay? So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Night, Kuro. Okay, I'll be able to save here. Let me, Ooh. It does auto-save, right? Ah, here. Save. There we go. Alright, so we'll save here, and we'll definitely have to pick things up later, because this has been a wild ride. I'm very much enjoying this. And considering this is just the first trial in the case, I have to wonder how things go in the future. Because I think this has been pretty long for a first trial in a Phoenix Wright game, actually. So, but yeah, I might have to sort of schedule more of this in. Get some more done. All right, so we're gonna go raid someone now. Let us go raid. Let's Sagisawa Ria, I think. Yeah, the tutorial case is quite long, because normally they're a little bit shorter in other Phoenix Wright games. They don't normally even have like that to be continued part that this one sort of had. Yeah, we're going to go raid Sagisawa Ria, who is doing some near replicant. Okay? So, tomorrow, well, I'll have to see how my voice is tomorrow, because I'm supposed to be doing another reading stream. I'll let people know if that's still, if I have to sort of cancel it or anything like that. Hopefully not. But yeah. And the day after that will be Wildermere, and weekend will be Mass Effect and Yakuza. And I'll see about scheduling this game on regularly as well. Probably on Mondays and Wednesdays, but I'll decide at the time, okay? So, thank you very much, and I hope to see you all next time, alright? See ya!